Greetings, my fellow adventurers. It's Elara. Welcome back to our cozy sanctuary, where the echoes of ancient chambers and the whispers of forgotten secrets weave together to create tales of mystery, courage, and heart. Tonight, I am thrilled to share with you the mesmerizing story of a tale where bravery and wit are tested in a maze of peril, and where every step brings our heroes closer to unraveling the mysteries of their world. So, find your coziest spot. Let the faint glow of flickering torches and the timeless murmur of hidden corridors guide your thoughts, and prepare to journey into a world where ancient relics and unyielding determination shape the fate of a forgotten realm. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from, and which tales of adventure and courage you'd love to hear next. If you'd like to support the channel, you can join the Griffin's Nest on Patreon for ad-free and background music-free versions of stories. Let's begin. The dying light of the setting sun painted the town of Arendelle in hues of gold and crimson. The narrow cobbled streets were unusually quiet, save for the murmurs of concerned villagers gathering near the town square. At the heart of the commotion stood a weathered signpost, its wooden arm creaking faintly under the weight of a fresh notice. Souls lost. Aid required. Below the bold, hastily scrawled words was the sigil of the Council of Elders, accompanied by a decree. Adventurers sought to retrieve the lost souls, wandering the Labyrinth of Souls. Riches, titles, and eternal gratitude await those who succeed. Death and despair for those who fail. Amara traced the edges of the notice with her gloved fingers. She stood tall, her leather armor catching the last rays of sunlight. Her green eyes narrowed at the inscription. Beside her, Arlen, a silver-haired mage with a long, tattered cloak and a staff carved with ancient runes, observed her with a frown. "This is madness," Arlen said. "The labyrinth isn't just a myth, it's a curse. Everyone who's entered it has vanished without a trace." "And yet," Amara replied, her tone even, "we're here." Behind them, a stocky figure hefted a massive axe over his shoulder with a grunt. Kael, a warrior of imposing stature, was the kind of man who rarely feared anything, except silence. "I say we take the job. It's better than sitting around waiting for the gods to fix things." "Assuming they still care," muttered Elen, a rogue whose dark cloak blended almost seamlessly into the evening shadows. She leaned against the post, her dagger spinning idly in her hand. "The Council's desperate. If the souls of the dead aren't passing into the afterlife, it's only a matter of time before chaos erupts." Amara turned to the group. "We're doing this," she said firmly. "Not for the Council's reward, but because if the dead remain, it won't just be chaos. It'll be war. Spirits will turn vengeful, and none of us will be safe." No one argued. They each carried their reasons for venturing into danger, but none could deny the weight of the task ahead. Together, they made their way to the edge of Arendelle, where the entrance to the labyrinth lay hidden in the shadow of the mountains. The entrance to the labyrinth was nothing like what they expected. Instead of an ornate gate or imposing archway, they found a simple stone door etched with faint, glowing runes. The ground beneath it pulsed faintly, like the heartbeat of something ancient and alive. Arlen knelt to study the inscriptions. "These runes are a binding spell," he said, his voice tinged with awe. "They're meant to keep something in, or out." Kael smirked. "Let's hope it's the latter." Elen stepped forward, her eyes scanning the surroundings. "What happens if we can't get back out?" "We don't fail," Amara said sharply. "The dead are counting on us." With a determined nod, Arlen traced the runes with his staff, chanting softly in an arcane tongue. The stone door trembled before sliding open with a deep, grinding noise, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. The group exchanged uneasy glances before Amara took the lead. "Stay close," she said, "and don't let the dark get to you." The air grew colder as they descended, the faint scent of damp earth and decay filling their lungs. The stairs seemed to stretch endlessly, until at last they emerged into a vast chamber bathed in an eerie blue light. The walls shimmered with ghostly energy, and faint whispers echoed through the air. Kael tightened his grip on his axe. "Anyone else hear that?" "They're whispers," Arlen said grimly. "The souls." Elen stepped lightly over the cracked stone floor, her movements silent. "They're not coming from the walls. They're coming from—" She paused, pointing to the center of the room, where a translucent figure stood, its face frozen in anguish. The soul turned to face them, its hollow eyes locking onto Amara. Its voice was a faint whisper, almost drowned by the surrounding echoes. "You shouldn't be here. We've come to help," Amara said, stepping closer. "Why are you trapped? What is holding you here?" The soul's form flickered. "The labyrinth feeds. It does not let go." Before Amara could ask more, the soul let out a mournful wail, and the chamber trembled. Shadows coalesced around them, forming into twisted shapes with glowing eyes and claws that gleamed like obsidian. "Defend yourselves!" Amara shouted, drawing her twin blades. Kael charged forward, his axe cleaving through the nearest shadow. It dissolved into a wisp of smoke, but more took its place. Elen darted through the fray, her daggers striking with precision, while Arlen summoned a burst of fire to hold the creatures at bay. Amara fought with calculated precision, her blades cutting through the shadows like ribbons. But no matter how many they defeated, more seemed to rise. "We can't keep this up forever," she called. "The soul," Arlen shouted. "It's anchoring them here." Amara turned to the translucent figure. "How do we free you?" The soul's hollow eyes seemed to soften. "The relic. Destroy the relic." Amara followed its gaze to a pedestal at the edge of the chamber. Atop it rested a glowing orb pulsing with dark energy. Without hesitation, she dashed toward it, her blades slicing through the shadows that blocked her path. Reaching the pedestal, she raised her sword and brought it down with all her strength. The orb shattered, and the shadows dissolved into nothingness. The soul let out a final, mournful sigh before vanishing into the air. The chamber fell silent. The group regrouped, their breaths ragged. "That was too close," Kael muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. Elen's sharp gaze scanned the chamber. "This place isn't just a prison. It's a predator. It feeds on them and anyone foolish enough to try and help." Arlen nodded grimly. We need to move quickly. The labyrinth won't make this easy. As they ventured deeper, the whispers grew louder, and the air seemed to thrum with an ominous energy. Amara couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, not by the souls they sought to save, but by something far older and more malevolent. When they reached the next chamber, the sight before them made them stop in their tracks. A massive stone door loomed ahead, its surface covered in glowing runes, similar to those on the entrance. But unlike before, these runes pulsed with a deep, crimson light. "This is only the beginning," Arlen said, his voice heavy. "The labyrinth is alive, and it's testing us." Amara stepped forward, her resolve unshaken. "Then let's prove we're worthy." As the group prepared to face whatever lay beyond the door, the whispers seemed to shift, their tone darker, more mocking. The labyrinth wasn't just testing them, it was toying with them, and it had no intention of letting them leave unscathed. The crimson glow of the massive stone door bathed the adventurers in a faint, ominous light. Amara stood at the forefront, her fingers brushing over the runes carved into the stone. They pulsated beneath her touch, thrumming with ancient energy. Arlen examined the runes closely, his staff glowing faintly in his hand. "These are not the same as the ones on the entrance," he said, his voice tinged with concern. "These runes, they're reactive. They respond to intent." Elen crossed her arms, her gaze wary. "And what happens if our intent doesn't match what it wants?" "It's a labyrinth," Kael said gruffly, his axe resting on his shoulder. "I think it's safe to say it won't welcome us with open arms." Amara nodded. "Then we proceed carefully. Let's figure out what it wants." Arlen closed his eyes, chanting softly under his breath. The runes flared in response, shifting from crimson to a soft blue. The door groaned as it began to part, revealing a long, winding hallway beyond. The air was cool, but carried an almost metallic tang, as though it had been untouched for centuries. "Stay close," Amara said as they stepped inside. The hallway was unlike anything they had encountered in the first chamber. The walls seemed to pulse with a faint, rhythmic glow, their patterns constantly shifting as though alive. The air grew heavier with each step, and the faint whispers they had heard before now seemed to swirl around them like a tangible presence. "This place feels wrong," Elen muttered, her fingers twitching toward the hilt of her dagger. "It's not just wrong," Arlen replied, his voice low. "It's watching us." Kael's grip on his axe tightened. "Let it watch. If it tries anything, it'll regret it." As if responding to his words, the whispers grew louder, transforming into haunting laughter. The walls around them began to shift, their seamless stone surfaces twisting and contorting. Before they could react, the hallway split into multiple paths, each one spiraling off in a different direction. "Great," Elen said, her tone laced with sarcasm. "A literal maze." Amara surveyed the paths, her mind racing. "The labyrinth is trying to separate us. Then we stick together," Kael said firmly. "I'm not wandering off into whatever nightmare it has planned." But before they could decide on a path, the floor beneath them began to vibrate. The ground cracked and shifted, creating a chasm that split the group apart. Amara and Kael tumbled into one hallway, while Arlen and Elen were swept into another. Amara landed hard on the stone floor, her blades clattering beside her. She winced as she sat up, glancing around to find Kael pushing himself to his feet a few paces away. "Everyone okay?" Kael grunted, dusting himself off. "Just us," Amara replied grimly, retrieving her blades. The hallway they found themselves in was narrow and dimly lit, the walls appearing strangely organic. Faint grooves lined the surfaces, pulsing with an eerie green light. As they moved forward, the walls began to close in, narrowing the hallway further. Amara's instincts screamed at her to run, but Kael's voice pulled her back. "Wait," he said, pointing to the grooves. "The walls are alive." Amara froze, watching as the grooves rippled and shifted like veins beneath skin. What does it mean? Kael examined the walls, his brow furrowed. "It's reacting to us, to our movements." Suddenly, the walls began to close in, their edges grinding together with a deafening noise. Amara leaped forward, pulling Kael with her. "We need to move." But as they ran, the walls continued to shift, cutting off paths and forcing them to double back. It wasn't until Kael slammed his axe into one of the walls that they noticed the reaction. The green light flared brighter, and the wall recoiled slightly. "It's responding to impact," Kael said. "Maybe we can force it to open." Amara nodded, focusing her strength. Together they struck the walls with blade and axe, carving a path through the shifting stone. With each strike, the walls groaned and shifted, eventually parting to reveal an open chamber beyond. The room was empty, save for a single pedestal in the center. Upon it rested a shard of crystalline stone, glowing faintly. Amara approached it cautiously, her blades at the ready. As her fingers brushed the shard, the room trembled, and the green light in the walls faded. "I think we just passed its test," Kael said, his voice filled with relief. "For now," Amara replied, tucking the shard into her satchel. "Let's find the others." Arlen and Elen found themselves in a completely different setting. The air here was frigid, and a thick mist obscured their vision. Faint shapes moved within the fog, their outlines barely visible. "I don't like this," Elen muttered, her dagger drawn. "It feels like something's watching us." "They are," Arlen replied grimly. "Spirits. Fragments of souls, perhaps. But they're incomplete." The shapes began to take form, manifesting as ghostly apparitions. Their faces were featureless, their bodies ethereal. They moved silently, drifting closer with each passing moment. "Can they hurt us?" Elen asked, her voice tight. "I don't intend to find out," Arlen said, raising his staff. He chanted an incantation, and a barrier of light surrounded them. The spirits recoiled, their forms flickering, but the barrier didn't hold for long. The spirits began to press against it, their touch eroding the light. "It's not enough," Arlen said, his voice strained. "They're feeding off the magic." "Then stop using it," Elen snapped. "We need a different approach." She stepped forward, her movements cautious. The spirits paused, as if sensing her intent. Slowly, she lowered her dagger and extended her hand. They're drawn to something. Maybe we can give it to them. One of the spirits drifted closer, its form flickering. Elen reached into her cloak and pulled out a small, worn trinket. A locket she had carried for years. She held it out, and the spirit hesitated before touching it. The locket dissolved into mist, and the spirit vanished. One by one, the other spirits followed, each taking a small item from Elen's pack before disappearing into the fog. Arlen stared at her in astonishment. "How did you know that would work?" "I didn't," Elen admitted. "But sometimes you have to trust your instincts." The mist cleared, revealing a doorway at the end of the hallway. Together, they stepped through, determined to reunite with the others. Amara and Kael emerged into a large, circular chamber, at the same time as Arlen and Elen. Relief washed over the group as they exchanged quick embraces, but their reunion was short-lived. At the center of the chamber stood another pedestal, this one holding a second shard of crystalline stone. As they approached, the whispers returned, louder and more menacing than before. Amara picked up the shard, feeling its weight in her hand. "2 shards," she said, glancing at the others. "We're making progress." "But the labyrinth isn't finished with us yet," Arlen said, his gaze fixed on the shadows shifting along the walls. The group steeled themselves, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The labyrinth was testing them, but they were determined to prove themselves worthy. Together, they pressed forward, their resolve unshaken. The labyrinth had changed. The air was heavier, the light dimmer, and the walls pulsed faintly, as though the maze itself was alive and aware of their movements. The adventurers paused at a crossroads, each path stretching endlessly into shadow. The 2 crystalline shards they had recovered glowed faintly in Amara's satchel, their light flickering like dying embers. "The labyrinth is adapting. It knows we're getting closer," Arlen said, his staff glowing faintly in his hand. "Then we outsmart it," Elen said, her tone defiant. She crouched at the base of one of the paths, studying the faint, almost imperceptible marks etched into the stone. "These markings, they weren't here before." Amara knelt beside her, tracing the carvings with her fingers. They were jagged and erratic, like scratches made in desperation. Her stomach churned. "They're warnings," she said quietly. "Warnings or traps," Kael said, his tone grim. "Either way, we don't have a choice. The labyrinth won't let us backtrack." Amara stood, her resolve hardening. "We stick together this time, no matter what." They chose the central path, the one devoid of markings, and ventured forward. The whispers returned almost immediately, swirling around them like a living thing. But these whispers were different. Familiar. Amara froze as she heard a voice she hadn't heard in years. "Amara." It was her father's voice, soft and pleading. She shook her head, her hand tightening around the hilt of her blade. "Ignore them," she said, her voice firm. "They're illusions." The others nodded, though their faces betrayed their unease. The path ahead began to shift, the walls twisting and warping. Shadows danced along the edges of their vision, just out of reach. The whispers grew louder, overlapping and distorting until they became an almost deafening roar. The path ended abruptly, opening into a vast circular chamber. The walls were polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting their images back at them from every angle. At the center of the room stood a pedestal, identical to the ones they had seen before, but this one was empty. "We're in another trial," Arlen said, his voice tense. "But where's the shard?" As if in answer, their reflections began to move independently, stepping away from the mirrored walls. The adventurers tensed as the reflections took on solid form, each one an exact replica of themselves. "This can't be good," Elen muttered, drawing her daggers. The reflections moved in unison, mimicking their stances. But as the adventurers prepared for battle, the reflections began to change. They morphed into twisted versions of themselves. Kael's reflection grew monstrous, his axe dripping with blood. Arlen's became gaunt and hollow-eyed, his staff crackling with dark energy. Amara's reflection wore a crown of bones, her blades blackened and jagged. "They're showing us our worst selves," Arlen said, his voice laced with dread. "And they're about to attack," Kael growled. The reflections lunged, moving with an unnatural speed. Kael met his doppelganger's axe with a resounding clash, the force of the blow nearly knocking him off balance. Arlen conjured a shield of light, deflecting a blast of dark magic from his reflection. Elen darted forward, her daggers flashing as she engaged her twisted double. Amara faced her reflection in silence. The crown of bones gleamed in the faint light, and its blackened blades shimmered with malevolence. It tilted its head, studying her with a cold, predatory gaze. "You fear becoming me," it said, its voice a distorted echo of her own. Amara gripped her blades tightly. "You're not real." The reflection smiled, cruel and mocking. "But I could be. All it takes is one choice, one moment of weakness." Amara didn't respond. She charged forward, her blades clashing against her reflections with a burst of sparks. The fight was brutal and unrelenting, the reflection mirroring her every move. But Amara fought with a determination born of defiance, refusing to let her fears take hold. The battle raged on, each adventurer locked in combat with their reflection. But no matter how many blows they landed, the reflections would not fall. "They're not real," Arlen called out, his voice strained as he blocked another attack. "They're illusions, tied to our own fears. We can't beat them with force." "Then how do we stop them?" Elen shouted, narrowly dodging a strike. Arlen glanced around, his mind racing. The pedestal at the center of the room caught his eye. It was glowing faintly, its surface etched with runes. "The pedestal," he said. "It's the key." Amara heard him, but her reflection blocked her path, its attacks growing more ferocious. She gritted her teeth, her frustration mounting. The reflection's words echoed in her mind, feeding her doubts. But then she remembered the whispers, the illusions they had faced before. "This isn't real," she said to herself, her voice steadying. "You're not real." She closed her eyes, lowering her blades. The reflection hesitated, its movements faltering. Amara took a deep breath, focusing her mind. When she opened her eyes, the reflection was gone. "It works," she called to the others. "You have to face your fear. Accept it." Kael snarled as his reflection loomed over him, its monstrous form towering above. He hesitated, his axe trembling in his grip, but then he lowered the weapon, meeting the reflection's gaze. "You're not me," he said firmly, "and you never will be." The reflection dissolved into mist. One by one, the others followed suit. Elen dropped her daggers, her expression resolute. Arlen lowered his staff, his face calm. The reflections faded, leaving the chamber silent. The pedestal at the center of the room glowed brighter, and a crystalline shard appeared atop it. Amara stepped forward, her hands steady as she picked it up. The shard pulsed in her grasp, its light merging with the others in her satchel. "That was intense," Elen said, her voice tinged with relief. Kael grunted, his expression grim. "The labyrinth isn't holding back anymore." Arlen examined the room, his gaze thoughtful. "It's testing us. Our resolve. Our unity. It wants to see if we'll break." "Then we don't give it the satisfaction," Amara said, her voice firm. "We keep going. Together." The others nodded, their determination renewed. They exited the chamber, the path ahead shrouded in shadow. The labyrinth was growing more dangerous with each step, but they were undeterred. The shards were within their reach, and they would stop at nothing to reclaim them. As they pressed on, the whispers returned, softer this time, almost inviting. The labyrinth had more trials in store, but the adventurers were ready. The air grew colder, the walls narrowing as if the labyrinth itself sought to crush their resolve. The faint glow of the 3 shards in Amara's satchel lit their path, but it was a feeble light compared to the darkness pressing in around them. The group trudged forward, their earlier victories tempered by the knowledge that each step took them deeper into the labyrinth's heart and closer to the unknown. Elen broke the tense silence. "If the labyrinth is testing us, it's doing a damn good job of it." Kael smirked, though his grip on his axe betrayed his unease. "It hasn't broken us yet." Arlen, walking a few paces ahead, paused as the corridor opened into a massive cavern. The walls glittered faintly, their surfaces encrusted with crystalline formations that pulsed with an eerie light. At the center of the cavern stood an archway of jagged stone, its edges lined with runes that glowed faintly. The air around it shimmered like heat waves. "That looks promising," Elen said, though her tone was wary. Amara stepped forward, her eyes scanning the runes. "It's a gateway," she said, her voice tinged with awe. "But it's incomplete. The 4th shard must be the key to activating it." "Then where's the shard?" Kael asked, his eyes scanning the cavern. The ground beneath them trembled. The crystalline formations pulsed brighter, their light coalescing into a single beam that shot toward the archway. The runes flared to life, and a deep, resonant hum filled the cavern. From the shadows beyond the archway emerged a massive creature, its form shifting and flickering, as if it were made of pure energy. Its eyes glowed a piercing white, and its movements were fluid, yet menacing. The creature let out a low, rumbling growl, its gaze fixed on the adventurers. Its body crackled with energy, arcs of lightning dancing along its limbs. "I'm guessing it's not here to negotiate," Elen said, drawing her daggers. Kael stepped forward, his axe raised. "Stay behind me. We don't know what it's capable of." The creature lunged, moving with a speed that belied its size. Kael met its charge head-on, his axe colliding with the creature's limb in a shower of sparks. The impact sent him staggering back, the sheer force of the blow rattling his teeth. Arlen raised his staff, chanting an incantation. A barrier of light sprang up around the group, deflecting the creature's next attack. "It's not just physical," he said, his voice strained. "It's drawing power from the labyrinth itself." Amara darted to the side, her blades flashing as she struck at the creature's flank. Her attacks barely left a mark, the creature's form rippling as if it were absorbing the impact. "We need a new strategy," she called out. Elen nodded, her mind racing. "It's tied to the labyrinth. Maybe the crystals are the key." As the creature lunged again, Kael swung his axe in a wide arc, the force of the blow creating a shockwave that momentarily staggered the beast. "Amara, Elen, do what you have to do. We'll hold it off." Amara and Elen sprinted toward the walls, their eyes scanning the crystalline formations. The pulsing light within the crystals seemed to resonate with the creature's movements, their rhythm accelerating as the battle raged on. Elen reached the nearest cluster of crystals, her daggers slicing through the stems that anchored them to the wall. As the crystals fell, their light dimmed, and the creature let out a roar of pain. "It's working!" Amara shouted. She followed Ellen's lead, slashing at the crystals with her blades. Each crystal that fell weakened the creature, its form flickering and growing more unstable. Meanwhile, Kael and Arlen fought to keep the creature at bay. Kael's strikes were measured and deliberate, each blow aimed at drawing the creature's attention away from the others. Arlen's magic crackled in the air, beams of light striking the creature and forcing it back. "It's getting desperate," Arlen said, his voice tight with concentration. "Keep going." As the last of the crystals fell, the creature let out a final, ear-splitting roar before dissolving into a cascade of light. The cavern fell silent, the oppressive energy dissipating. At the center of the archway, a pedestal rose from the ground, and atop it rested the fourth shard. Amara approached the pedestal cautiously, her heart pounding. The shard glowed brighter than the others, its light pulsating in time with the hum of the archway. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the shard's surface. It was warm to the touch, and as she lifted it, a surge of energy coursed through her. The archway flared to life, the runes along its surface glowing brighter. The shimmering air within the archway solidified, revealing a swirling vortex of light and shadow. "The gateway is open," Arlen said, his voice filled with awe. Elen sheathed her daggers, her expression wary. "And we're one step closer to whatever's on the other side." Kael placed a hand on Amara's shoulder, his grip firm. "We've come this far. No turning back, now." Amara nodded, her resolve hardening. She placed the fourth shard in her satchel, the glow of all four shards merging into a brilliant light. Together, the adventurers stepped toward the gateway, the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty. The labyrinth had tested their strength, their unity, and their resolve. But the greatest challenge still lay ahead, waiting beyond the gateway. As they prepared to step into the unknown, The adventurers couldn't shake the feeling that the labyrinth had been preparing them for something far greater than they could imagine. The gateway pulsed, its light beckoning them forward. With a final glance at each other, they stepped through, leaving the labyrinth behind, and stepping into a destiny that would change their lives forever. The swirling vortex enveloped the adventurers as they stepped through the gateway. Light and shadow swirled around them in an endless dance, disorienting and hypnotic. For a brief moment, it felt as though they were suspended in time, caught between the threads of reality and the unknown. Then, with a jarring lurch, they landed on solid ground. The world they emerged into was both alien and familiar. The sky above was a patchwork of shifting colors, with hues of gold and violet melting into one another. Towering spires of obsidian jutted from the ground, their surfaces etched with runes that pulsed faintly, echoing the glow of the shards in Amara's satchel. In the distance, a massive structure loomed, a fortress of gleaming crystal and shadowed stone. "The Shard Forge," Arlen whispered, his voice reverent. "The heart of the labyrinth." The air grew heavy with an ancient energy as the adventurers moved toward the fortress. The shards in Amara's satchel pulsed in rhythm with their steps, as if guiding them. Each spire they passed hummed faintly, resonating with the power of the shards. Though the landscape was eerily still, there was an unmistakable sense of being watched. "This place doesn't feel right," Kael muttered, his grip tightening on his axe. "It's not meant to," Arlen replied, his gaze fixed on the fortress. "The Shard Forge is a place of creation and destruction, a crucible for power. We'll face more than physical challenges here." As they reached the gates of the fortress, the ground trembled. A figure emerged from the shadows, its form shifting and shimmering like liquid metal. It stood taller than any human, its eyes glowing a fierce white. In one hand, it held a massive blade that seemed to hum with energy. "You have come far," the figure said, its voice echoing like a chorus. "But the Shard Forge is not a gift to be claimed. It is a trial to be survived." Amara stepped forward, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "We're not here for power. We're here to restore balance, to protect our realm." The figure tilted its head, as if considering her words. "Balance comes at a cost. The shards demand sacrifice. If you are unworthy, you will be consumed." Without warning, the figure raised its blade and charged. Kael charged first, his axe crashing against the shadow's blade in a clash that sent sparks flying. He gritted his teeth, forcing the figure back with sheer strength. "We have to weaken it before we use the shards," he shouted over the roar of the battle. Elen darted to the side, her daggers slicing through tendrils of shadow that lashed out toward Amara. "No pressure, but let's not die here, all right?" she called out, her voice sharp but tinged with humor. Arlen stood at the rear, his staff glowing as he channeled bursts of light magic that struck the figure. The attack slowed it momentarily, but the shadow's form quickly healed. "We need to act quickly. Its strength is tied to the forge. If we delay, it will overwhelm us." Amara held the shards tightly, their glow almost blinding. She met Arlene's gaze and nodded. "We end this now." As Kael landed a heavy blow that staggered the shadow figure, Amara ran toward it. She held the first shard high, its light intensifying as she plunged it into the figure's side. The shadow screamed, its form rippling and splitting where the shard pierced it. Elen was next, leaping onto the figure's back and driving the second shard into its shoulder. The figure convulsed, its movements becoming erratic as it clawed at the shards, but it couldn't remove them. Kael roared and swung his axe, creating an opening as the figure faltered. He drove the third shard into its chest, the light spreading through its body like cracks in glass. Finally, Arlen stepped forward, the last shard glowing in his hand. He locked eyes with the shadow figure, whose defiant glare had turned to one of desperation. "Your reign ends here," Arlen said calmly. He thrust the shard into the figure's core. The chamber erupted with light. The shard's energy surged through the shadow figure, tearing it apart from the inside. Its screams echoed through the room, but they were soon drowned out by the hum of the shards as they reached their full power. With a final, resounding crack, the shadow figure exploded into fragments of light and shadow, which dissolved into the air. The shards, their purpose fulfilled, disintegrated into fine dust that scattered across the room. The fortress began to tremble, its spires crumbling as the energy of the shards spread through the realm. The oppressive darkness that had hung over the labyrinth lifted, replaced by a sense of peace. The shards, now spent, dissolved into the earth, their purpose fulfilled. The Labyrinth of Souls collapsed into silence, its oppressive darkness replaced by a stillness that felt almost reverent. The shards that had once glowed with otherworldly light lay cold in the group's hands, their power spent. Around them, the remains of the shadow figure dissolved into the air, leaving no trace of its sinister presence. Amara lowered her blade, her breathing uneven, but her stance steady. She looked to the others, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of the fading labyrinth walls. "We did it," Kael said, his voice heavy with disbelief and exhaustion. "It's over." Arlen, leaning on his staff, surveyed the now quiet chamber. "Not over," he murmured, "but the first step is complete." Elen, still gripping her dagger, gave a wry smile. "I'll take that as a win. Let's get out of here before something else decides to crawl out of the shadows." With a collective nod, they turned toward the path leading back to the entrance. As they ascended the labyrinth's winding corridors, the oppressive atmosphere began to lift. The walls, once pulsing with an ominous light, grew dim, and the whispers that had haunted them since their arrival fell silent. When they emerged into the crisp night air of the Arendelle Mountains, the stars above seemed brighter than they'd ever seen. The labyrinth's entrance, the ancient stone door marked with glowing runes, was now dull and lifeless. The faint heartbeat they had felt upon entering was gone, as if the ancient magic that sustained it had finally been extinguished. Arlen placed a hand on the stone, his expression somber. "The labyrinth is at peace now. The souls have been freed." Amara turned to face the group, her gaze steady. "We've fulfilled our mission. Let's go home." The journey back to Arendelle was quiet, the group too exhausted for much conversation. As they descended the mountain path, the town came into view, its flickering lanterns a beacon of warmth in the cool night. When they entered the town square, they were met with an unexpected sight. A crowd of villagers had gathered, their faces etched with a mix of fear and hope. Murmurs spread through the crowd as the adventurers approached, their presence commanding attention. "They're back," someone whispered. "Did they succeed?" another asked, their voice trembling. Amara stepped forward, her leather armor glinting faintly in the torchlight. "The labyrinth is no longer a threat," she said, her voice firm. "The souls have been freed." For a moment, there was silence. Then a cheer erupted, rising like a wave through the crowd. Tears streamed down the faces of some villagers, while others clung to each other in relief. The tension that had gripped Arendelle for so long seemed to dissipate, replaced by an overwhelming sense of gratitude. As the group moved through the square, Amara's eyes caught sight of the weathered signpost at its center. The notice that had brought them together was still there, though its edges were now frayed, and the ink had begun to fade. "Souls lost. Aid required," it still read. Amara reached out, her fingers brushing the parchment. She thought back to the moment they had stood here, uncertain of what lay ahead. Now, the weight of what they had achieved settled over her. "They'll need to write a new notice," Elen said, her tone light. "Something about how we saved the day." Kael chuckled, the sound low and weary. "Maybe something about how we survived. Barely." Arlen stepped closer, his gaze thoughtful. "The labyrinth's curse is broken, but the council will have questions. There's more to this than we know." Amara nodded, her expression unreadable. "And we'll be ready when they call on us again." Suddenly, the air grew still, and the villagers fell silent. The adventurers turned to see the sky above the labyrinth glowing faintly. Streams of light, ethereal and shimmering, rose into the heavens like a river of stars. The freed souls were moving on, their passage filling the night with a serene beauty. The crowd watched in awe, their faces lit by the radiant display. A young child tugged at her mother's sleeve. "Are they going home?" "Yes," the mother whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "They're free now." Arlen, his staff in hand, murmured a quiet incantation, a gesture of respect for the departed. The group stood together, their bond strengthened by the trials they had faced. Later, as the crowd dispersed and the adventurers found themselves alone near the labyrinth's entrance, Amara turned to the group. "We didn't do this for the council," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "We did this because it was the right thing to do. And we did it together." Kael nodded, his expression uncharacteristically solemn. "We fought for something bigger than ourselves. That's what matters." Elen smirked, though her eyes were soft. "Well, I fought for the gold, but maybe saving the world isn't so bad." Arlen chuckled, the sound tired but genuine. "Whatever our reasons, we made it, and that's something no one can take from us." As they stood there, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, casting the town of Arendelle in a soft, golden glow. The group shared a moment of quiet reflection, knowing that while their journey had ended, their bond would endure. And in the distance, the labyrinth's entrance stood silent, its purpose fulfilled, its secrets finally laid to rest. As the tale of the Labyrinth of Souls and the brave journey of our adventurers through the depths of shadow and mystery draws to a close, let this story remind us of the indomitable power of courage, friendship, and the strength to face the unknown. Through their unwavering determination and the bond they forged in the heart of the labyrinth, we discover that even in the darkest places, the light of hope can prevail. Thank you for joining me tonight, my fellow adventurers. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with the echoes of ancient corridors, the shimmer of long-lost relics, and the endless promise of new adventures waiting just beyond the horizon. Good night.